it becomes a little less enthusiasm is there, or we might even say there's sometimes even reluctance. But even when we engage in it, we find it is a struggle. But in order to complete the process of glorification of the Lord as given by the acharyas, japa is the foundation for everything we do. Japa simply means personal connection with Krishna through his holy name. And therefore, it is, we might say, japa austerity. It's an austerity. It's an austerity to take time, put its time aside, and focus completely, exclusively, without any interruptions or any distractions, and chanting the holy names of the Lord. And I see that devotees struggle with that. And that is natural, and that is normal. And that struggle is actually a way to purify our consciousness, where we can gradually come to the point of chanting without offense. The chanting of the holy name is the means for self-realization in the essay. Srila Prabhupada has given many statements regarding, saying that 95%, he even made one statement, 99% of your spiritual advancement is situated on chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So when we hear that, we can understand the exclusive position of the holy name and how important it is for our own spiritual advancement. I'll talk a little bit about japa, because I think maybe some broader ideas to maybe give us a little greater understanding on how to approach the holy name. I find one of the ways to approach the holy name early in the morning is to offer prayers to the holy name before actually beginning the session of japa. There are many nice prayers. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur actually chants a beautiful prayer in glorification of Srila Haridas Thakur, praying to Srila Haridas Thakur for the mercy of to be able to chant with attention. In fact, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur also writes that one cannot chant with attention unless one prays to chant with attention. This is interesting. There's a beautiful prayer. It says, O Vaishnav Thakur, alone I have no hope to chant the holy names of Lord Hari. Please be merciful unto me and give me the treasure of the holy name of Lord Shri Krishna. This is a prayer offered by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur to Srila Haridas Thakur. And there are many other prayers also. So these prayers prepare our consciousness and also help us to access more mercy during the time when we are chanting the holy names. I would say it is not enough simply to approach the holy name and chant. We need to also prepare our consciousness to chant the holy name, even while we are chanting the holy name. We all know from Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's statements on the holy name that this chanting of the holy name should be done with attention. And he also explains that out of the 10 offenses to the holy name, one of the most important offenses that one should avoid is inattention. And he describes that in detail. Along with describing it, he also says that if one can chant attentively, the tendency to commit any of the other 10 offenses is drastically reduced. This is interesting, how attentive chanting can help one to overcome any other form of offenses and inattention. So when we hear that, we could understand. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, here's where you place your emphasis. If you're looking for something where you can build your consciousness in Krishna, work on attentive chanting. And some of the things that help us or some of the things we should avoid that will minimize our attention in chanting is never be in a hurry to finish your chanting. Give yourself quality time, prepare that ahead of time. Yeah, I look at it in two ways. I say, well, if I have, let's say, quality time available, then I chant. But if I don't have quality time available and I'm limited by my time, then whatever I can do nicely or try to do nicely within that time period will be sufficient for the amount of japa. In other words, numbers are important because we have made a numerical vow that we should try to fulfill. But we should also see that the holy name is Krishna himself. He appears in that form. Kali Kale, Nama Rupa, Krishna avatar. Namahoite, ⴅᴏ𴍐 Jagat Nistara. Krishna's name is Krishna. There is no difference between the two. This is an absolute principle. Padma Purana emphasizes this point over and over again with a very nice verse. Prabhupada also quotes it. Nama Chintamani Krishnas Caitanya Rasa Vigraha Punya Shudya Nitya Mukta Abhinna Tvam Nami Namino. Abhinna means different and abhinna means non-different. So in that last line it says Nam and Nami. The name and he who is named, both are the same. In fact, when you actually analyze it from the position of mercy, although Krishna's name is non-different than Krishna, Krishna's name has an added element that is not there in what we might say the availability of approaching Krishna in any other way, and that is the mercy that comes by chanting. It says if you commit offense to Krishna, then the way to become free from the reactions of the offense is to chant Krishna's name. So the acharyas therefore say that the Krishna's name, this is Rupa Goswami explains, Krishna's name is more merciful than Krishna. Interesting. So that's one of the things we should carefully note, is not to be rushed through. Sometimes we use a very joking statement, don't play beat the clock japa. Try to chant nicely and give yourself enough time. If you're not unable to finish your prescribed amount of rounds within the first session of japa, then organize it in such a way that you can eventually have time later on. And I would also suggest in the morning, and not to postpone our chanting to later in the day, because I find that when, this is from my own personal experience, that early morning japa is the quality japa that we look for, because we're somewhat free from all the activities of the day. The time is available. We can simply focus on chanting. It sets the foundation for all of the activities we're about to perform throughout the day. It gives us a clear consciousness on how to live throughout the day in such a way that whatever may happen, we are equipped to deal with it. The holy name is the mercy manifestation. It also protects us from Maya. And Srila Prabhupada would also say that if you haven't finished your 16 rounds, then you should know that anytime you could be victimized by Maya. So that's an interesting statement, that simply by fulfilling the vow that we have made to the spiritual master and to the Lord, we get what we say protection, more added protection from the onslaughts of the material energy, which can come in at any time and in different ways. So this is something that we should remember, that personally, I don't feel satisfied until I can complete my 16 rounds of japa. Of course, I chant more on top of that, because I feel that 16 rounds, as Srila Prabhupada says, is simply the beginning of our chanting. We should chant as much as possible. And of course, that's up to the individual, but we should definitely be very aware of how important it is to chant those 16 rounds nicely and as early as possible, I would suggest. And that depends on you, but that is my request or a recommendation, and how you may also improve the quality of your Krishna consciousness. Just try to chant as early as possible. There's the glories of the holy name are unlimited because they are Krishna himself, and Krishna is unlimited. As Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu has given us these beautiful prayers, the Shikshastakam prayers. These prayers are also foundational and fundamental in helping develop quality in our chanting. It also helps us to understand deeper what is the quality of the holy name. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and also Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati talks about the Shikshastakam prayers in relationship to the holy name of the Lord. And it's interesting to note that he says that the first verse of the Shikshastakam prayers is synonymous with Hare Krishna. And then he goes on down the verses. The second verse is Hare Krishna, the third verse is Krishna Krishna, and the fourth verse is Hare Hare, all the way through the eight verses which are comparable or connected to the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. So it's nice to take time to read and study these verses. I also would recommend devotees to chant these 8 prayers every day as a part of our japa, either during the japa or even before japa, because especially before japa, it also helps us to get the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu available. Now, these prayers are very, very deep. In fact, they are non-different than the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And as Srila Prabhupada also mentions that the 6 Goswamjs of Vrindavan have written all their books based on these 8 prayers. So this is interesting to know. Being followers of Mahaprabhu, they have taken the essence of Mahaprabhu's teachings from these 8 prayers and written the works that they in glorification of Lord Shri Krishna. So we can see there's so much mercy available. It's up to us to become eager and enthusiastic to take it. So chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, as we all know, is important, but how important it is, well, therefore the scriptures constantly are encouraging us not only to chant, but to remember the glories of the holy name by spreading the glories of the holy name, by taking part in chanting japa and engaging in kirtan. As one of our famous kirtaniers once said, Iyendra Prabhu, he said, japa is like, using the example of someone who is sick, japa is like taking tablets, and kirtan is like the direct injection. Both are medicine, both are needed, and both complement each other. It's interesting. Those who do japa they become more and more interested, enthusiastic for kirtan, and kirtan is meant to inspire us to chant japa and to improve the quality of our japa through the experiences we have in chanting kirtan. So we can see how both of these are very, very essential in our practice of Krishna consciousness. So there's so much we can say in glorification of the holy name. As Lord Chaitanya writes in the 2nd verse of Shikshastaka, Nam Namakardi Bahuda Nija Sarva Shaktishta Tarpita Niyamita Smadane Nakalaha Itardasrita Vakripa Bhagavan Mamapi Dordaivam Idrisam Ihajani Namuragaha. he's praying that, my dear Lord, you have so many names, like Krishna and Govinda. And in these names, all of your energies, all of your Shaktis, all of the potencies are found within the holy names. But then he goes on to say, but my dear Lord, although you have made it so easy and there's so much mercy available, still, Durdaivam, he ends the verse by saying Durdaivam. Durdaivam means unfortunate. He said, and what is that unfortunate? I commit offenses. So here is the other part that we have to be very consciously trying to avoid chanting with offense, or becoming aware of the offenses and consciously trying to avoid them. That will make the big difference, as Srila Haridas Thakur says. Offensive chanting can go on for lifetimes and not much will come about that. So one has to see what are the offenses and very carefully try to avoid them. And the most important one that we should try to avoid is, as it's mentioned, there's many that are important, but the first offense to the holy name is to avoid criticizing or blaspheming those devotees who are engaged in devotional service to the Lord, especially those who are preaching the glories of the holy name to people in general. So that is called the mad elephant offense. So one should be very careful to avoid that offense and find ways to glorify the devotees and not in any way look, even if we do see faults, even if there is apparent mistakes, it's not so important. We should just move on and keep our consciousness focused on Krishna and in glorifying devotees. The third offense also is very important to avoid. Carefully understanding the instructions of our spiritual master. The spiritual master comes to give us Krishna consciousness in the form of his vakya, his words, also his association, his vipa, vapu, and vani, the two aspects of the spiritual master's mercy. We should take advantage of both of these, but the vani is the most important, and therefore his instructions help us to make advancement in Krishna consciousness, clarify the way by which we can understand how to practice devotional service. So carefully understanding these instructions and applying the remedies for making advancement in devotional service. It's very, very important. And I should, although we are talking about the holy name, and it's most important, but Srila Prabhupada has said many times that the holy name is the process, but the process itself requires support for itself. In other words, our relationships with devotees, our reading and understanding and hearing the scriptures and our application of those scriptures in our day-to-day life, our services, whatever services we perform, all of these are also very much part of the quality of our chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. They're meant to support, and they're also ways to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So Srila Prabhupada used to say that if you are chanting Hare Krishna and you're not following the process of devotional service, he would say you are cooking with smoke. Interesting analogy he uses. Anyone who tries to cook with smoke will know that it'll take forever. And Prabhupada, in his very humorous way, says, yes, you're cooking your breakfast, you put it on the stove, all you have is smoke, it'll take you 300 years. So it's important to understand that the foundation for the success in our japa is also very much connected with the quality of our activities in devotional service. They're not separate like that. And so when we see it as a holistic process, then we can understand how to improve the quality of our chanting, which is the essence of our spiritual advancement. So these are some things we can think about in the process of Krishna consciousness. There's much more we can say about the glories of the holy name of the Lord. There are many wonderful stories, pastimes, both in the scriptures and in the lives of the devotees, and chanting of the holy names of the Lord. One of the things that we've been doing lately and throughout our movement, it's actually began around the turn of the century, is that we've been attending programs for increasing the quality of our japa. We call these japa retreats, where devotees get together for a session, maybe for a week or so in a particular place, which is environmentally favorable. And then we can simply come together, discuss the glories of the Lord, and chant. We've actually evolved from japa retreats to kirtan retreats now around the world. So these are also, I would say, very powerful ways to give our chanting a boost in Krishna consciousness. To attend these retreats, and also the association of devotees, what we learn in that association, what we can experience in that association, will help us in developing our enthusiasm in the execution of our devotional service. Enthusiasm, as Srila Rupa Goswami, is the foundation for the execution of our devotional service. And enthusiasm comes by way of applying the knowledge given to us by the spiritual teachers in our day-to-day life, especially the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. So we should be we use the word enthusiastic. Sometimes it's misunderstood, but that we might say eager to associate, eager to chant. There's one beautiful book, maybe you are probably aware of it, it's called Japa Affirmations. It's put together by a wonderful devotee, a very senior devotee in our Krishna conscious movement, a disciple of Srila Prabhupada Mahatma Prabhu. And in that little book, we say little because it's small, there are 20 affirmations. But what is an affirmation? An affirmation is a positive statement in the present tense. That means that you'll say you use this principle in order to give yourself the enthusiasm you need in order to perform the activity. So for instance, one of the affirmations is, I get to chant, I like to chant, I get to chant, I love to chant. So in other words, you're telling yourself, I love to chant. It's a privilege to chant. It's something I look forward to. So you make these positive statements in relationship to whatever activity you're performing, in this case, chanting, and that sets the mind in the right direction. If you approach the holy name and you're thinking, oh my God, 16 rounds, oh, what am I going to do? It's like chanting, it's like trying to climb a big mountain with a big backpack on my back. If we're thinking if it's a big burden, it will be like that. But if you think, wow, it's a wonderful opportunity to associate with Krishna in a very direct way, by chanting his holy name, I look forward to it. That type of positive statement or positive mindset helps to develop the enthusiasm and the success in chanting more and more with quality. So that's important to understand. So I would also recommend you find that little book. It's called Japa Affirmations. And maybe some of you are familiar with it. It's been around for at least 3 or 4 years or more. And it's important that we apply positive thinking to everything we do in devotional service. Never consider the activities of devotional service to be a burden. It's a privilege to be able to serve the Lord, to have association with devotees, and especially to be able to have time and the mercy available to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. This positive attitude is really quite decisive in making a difference on how we advance in devotional service. So always think positive. Negativity is part of the material energy. And in the material world, it goes on as a way of life. Devotees always see everything in devotional service from a positive point of view. It is mercy. It is a chance for me to experience the happiness in devotional service and to become closer to Krishna in various ways. So especially see your japa in that way, and not as a burden, or something you have to do, something that is required. My spiritual master, I can tell you a little story. It's an interesting story. It was told by His Holiness Sachinandana Maharaj, kind of illustrate the mercy of the holy name. It's kind of an antidote. So it goes like this. There is one disciple, and he's a disciple of his spiritual master. His spiritual master is a very reputable and very well-known spiritual teacher. So this disciple, he's thinking, oh, I've been chanting for so long, japa, and I'm finding it's very, very difficult. And I'm not really feeling any enthusiasm, nor am I feeling at all happy in chanting. I should give it up. I should give up my chanting. But then he thinks, well, yes, I want to do that, but I'm going to inform my spiritual master that I'm going to give up my chanting. So he goes and he meets his spiritual master, and offers his respects, and in a very humble but a very determined way, he says, my Guru Maharaj, I appreciate everything you're doing for me. I can't chant japa. I want to give it up. I'll do all the other activities that you give me, but japa I can't. I don't want to do. His spiritual master is quite intelligent. He says, okay, if that's the way you feel, but before you actually make that decision, I want you to do one little thing. It's just a little experiment. And his disciple says, what is that? He says, well, there down by the river, there's this crane. It's a bird. It stands on one leg. And I want you to go as close as you can to the crane without disturbing him, and just say Hare Krishna. Okay, sounds good. So he gets the directions, goes to the river, he sees the crane, he gets as close without disturbing the crane, and he says, Hare Krishna. And the crane just starts to wobble and falls down dead. Dies right on the spot. He's shocked. He runs back to his spiritual master. Oh my God, what happened? His spiritual master said, don't worry about that. I have another one. You to go in the cow shed in our Goshala. A calf has just been born to our main cow there. And I want you to go to that calf and get close to the calf and say, Hare Krishna. All right, so he goes, he gets close to the calf and he says, Hare Krishna. And guess what? The calf dies right on the spot. He's even more mortified and shocked. Wow, what happened? What am I doing? Runs back to his spiritual master and tells him, he said, spiritual masters, don't worry. I have you one more. There's a disciple of mine. He's actually the king of this area. And he is very happy. His wife has just had a newborn baby, a baby boy. And he is celebrating the birth of the child. The child was just born. I want you to go to him. He is your godbrother. He is actually the king of this area. And say that you have come on behalf of your spiritual master to give some blessings to your newborn child. Okay, he's a little, reluctant, but he's thinking, I should do it. Okay, so he goes and he gets a chance and he comes and he introduces himself. He gets to meet the king. The king is happy to learn that this is his godbrother. So they're talking, and then he says, Guru Maharaj has sent me. I heard you just had a newborn child. He wants to give blessings. He's unable to come himself, so he has sent me to give blessings to the child. Okay, so he takes it in. The mother is there. He gets next to the child and he says, Hare Krishna. And then the little baby just rolls its eyes and dies right on the spot. My God, you can imagine the commotion and the chaos, the anguish and the frustration. It was like the worst thing that could possibly happen. The king finds out and he is besides himself with grief and at the same time, so much anger. He runs, he calls his guard, take this rascal out and give him a slow death. Torture him, don't let him die right away. He's so angry. Then all of a sudden, while he's speaking, out of the little child, the child's spiritual body comes and it manifests itself right in the presence of everyone and starts to speak. He says to the disciple, the boy, thank you very much. I was cursed to take 3 births. Once as a crane, once as a calf, and now as a baby in the house of this king. Now you have given me the opportunity. I am going back home, back to Godhead. Thank you very much. And he disappears. The king is a little bit pacified and he decides not to punish this boy. After everyone sees what happened, he runs back to his spiritual master, falls at his feet and says, then his spiritual master says, you still want to give up the chanting? No, Guru Maharaj, I do not. So that's a nice little story. It was told by Satchidananda Maharaj in one Kirtan Mela, which I attended. And I thought it was an interesting story because sometimes we find devotees sometimes think like that it's too difficult to chant japa, and maybe I should just either reduce my rounds or just do kirtan or something like that. We can understand that the power of the holy name, as Srila Prabhupada said, just once. He didn't say one mantra, he said one name. If you chant one name without offense, purely, and we have the example in the Srimad Bhagavatam when Ajamil, it wasn't even the name of Krishna, it was the name of Narayan. He chanted Namabas, free from any offense. And simply by doing that, all the reactions of all his sinful activities that he had committed were completely eradicated. He attained the opportunity to go to a holy place and finish his life out in pure devotional service, free from any reactions of any sinful activity. So the glories of the holy name are expounded throughout not only the scriptures we have, but throughout all the Vedic scriptures. There's nothing more glorious, especially in this age, as Sukadeva Goswami tells Maharaj Pariksit, Kalir dosha nidhi rajan asti eko mahagun kirtana eva krishnasya mukta sangam param bhajet. In summary, he says, this age of Kali, just dosha nidhi. Dosha means fault, nidhi means ocean. There's an ocean of faults in this age. So many problems. But there's one bright, bright light. Asti Eka, one boon, that is Kirtana Eva Krishnasya, Mukta Sangam Param Bhajet. So if we can meditate on the glories of the holy name and the exclusive position of the holy name, when we are chanting or even in day-to-day life, and always remember, keep the holy name first in your life, and the holy name will make you also first. So this is the mercy that has come by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and to all the acharyas are distributing the holy name everywhere. What is that verse? Goloka Premadan Harinam Shankirtan. So this chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is coming exclusively from Sri Golokadam itself. Okay, so I'll maybe stop here and see if anyone would like to speak something, give some realization, or even ask a question.
Hare Krishna, thank you so very much, Maharaj. And all our viewers are invited. If you have any questions, please, you can write in the chat section. And do write at least one takeaway from this entire talk. At least one thing that you would like to share with others, please do mention in the comment section. And in the beginning, Maharaj emphasized how this entire japa is a foundation for our spiritual life, then tips to improve our japa, 10 offenses to be avoided, enthusiasm, affirmations, and such a wonderful story. So, Maharaj, there's one question, especially in regard to dealing with our mobile phones during japa. There's one question, Maharaj, in regard to dealing with our mobile phones during japa. The mobile phones are one of very strong distraction, which many of the people face while chanting their japa. How can one deal with that?
Just turn it off. That's all. That's what I do. I get up in the morning, and after I'm just about ready to chant japa, there's one devotee, she sends me a quote from Srila Prabhupada every day, and he writes about something about japa. I look at that WhatsApp message and I send it to some devotees. After I do that, I shut off my phone until I'm done chanting, and then I turn it back on. So once you realize it's not so important, you'll find, because that can be very, very distracting like that. So I would recommend that. Maybe some of you require some information early in the morning. You might check your messages, and after you do that, make a note of what you need to respond to, and then shut off your phone. I don't keep the phone on because I know it can be, the electronic monster just overtaking all the time and attention.
Thank you, Maharaj. Maharaj, our next question is, sometimes it is emphasized a lot about quality of chanting. So what is better, that we chant 16 rounds without much quality, or we chant only less rounds but paying full attention to it? Maybe we chant 4 rounds, 6 rounds, but we give full into it, or rather chant more number of rounds?
Well, if you have vowed to your spiritual master to chant 16 rounds, then that's foundational. if we don't follow that instruction, then we are actually committing offense, and then that offense will impair the quality of our japa also, whatever we do. So now if we haven't come to that point of making that numerical vow, in other words, if we are not initiated, then we can make a numerical vow and follow that numerical vow each day, and then try to chant that numerical vow with quality. And as you increase the quality of your chanting, you will also want to increase the quantity. That is automatic, practically. So make a numerical vow that works for you nicely, and then chant with attention, with as much devotion as you can access, and go on like that. But always think that, whatever vow that I make, I should also be thinking of how to increase the number. And of course, when we chant 16 rounds every day and follow the principles, then we're eligible to take Diksha initiation from a bona fide spiritual master. So that is also part of the process of devotional service. We have to come to that stage. So in essence, quality is important, but quantity also helps build quality. And you should understand that principle, that it's important to understand that the more you chant, the more you can work on quality. And then quality becomes what we say increase through the process of quantity. That's why sometimes devotees want to chant 64 rounds, because they know the more they chant, the more those later rounds become better and better. So. I hope that was clear.
Yes, Maharaj. Thank you so much. So we have our next question by Prahladanand Prabhu. Maybe you can unmute yourself and ask.
Then what, Maharaj? Hare Krishna. I'm speaking from the capital of Kali Yuga, called Las Vegas in Nevada.
Capital of Kali Yuga? Where's that?
It's a capital city in the kingdom of Kali Yuga.
New York?
No, Las Vegas.
Oh, Las Vegas. Oh, yeah. Wonderful. Well,
Maharaj,
wherever there's the greatest need, there is the greatest mercy.
Very well, Maharaj. My first request is, I wish all these recordings should be available on YouTube or somewhere, so that we don't miss all this nectar. All right. And I try to write down these things, but I cannot write down the whole thing. So that is one request, if organizers can put it. This is a complete nectar. Such a compilation of instruction. You cannot get it by your own self and by reading anywhere. These are the diamonds like that. So I request that one, number one. Number two, my question is that, when I start chanting and all that, my mind wavers. Everyone explains, it flickers, goes away somewhere. So what I have done is, I listen to Radha Govind Swami, I listen to my Guru Maharaj, and I listen to Prabhupada Maharaj lecture. So at least my mind remains in thoughts of Lord Krishna or Leela, instead of, all this material garbage. So is that okay or not? That's what I was wondering.
Well, you can, if you want to break your chanting in order to hear, that's fine, but then go back to the chanting again.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you cannot do it simultaneously.
No.
I see. Okay. Okay. So thank you very much, Prabhuji, and please make some kind of arrangement so that we can retrieve all these instructions somewhere on the internet or somewhere. Because these, I say that, Maharaj, you spoke complete diamonds. Each point I would put it at $3.5 trillion Biden's plan like that, So please, if someone can organize that, I don't lose all this nectar. Okay, Haribol, thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Bimal Krishna Prabhu.
Please accept my humble obeisances, Maharaj. I don't have a question, but a very small realization which I have quite recently kind of used for improving the quality of my japa. Maharaj, before I start japa, of course, I do Mangal Aarti at my residence. And also before I take up my mala, my bead, I pray at the lotus feet of the holy name to show his mercy so that I can take the holy name with as less offenses as possible. And this course correction practically goes on throughout my chanting session. Maharaj, I have observed that there is some noticeable improvement in the quality of my chanting. So this was not a question. I wanted to just small realization with Maharaj, you and other devotees present here. Maharaj, that's all I wanted to submit at your lotus feet.
Thank you. Yeah, that is. Thank you for emphasizing that. That's so important.
Okay, so Maharaj, there's another question on YouTube. So someone is, I'll read that question. Amrita Dev is asking that one falls asleep slowly when it comes to japa. How to deal with the sleep?
Well, sometimes we hear from the devotees and even mention that if we're sleepy when we're chanting japa, it's recommended you chant a little faster. So that will help to, overcome that sleepiness. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur also talks about that. He calls it jada. It's one of the ways that inattention manifests through sleepiness. And then his formula he gives is that if you're feeling sleepy, then get up and walk. He said that will help to overcome the sleepiness. But of course, when you walk, you also have to realize it becomes a little bit easier to become distracted when walking. So then you have to be careful not to become more distracted. But in general, that if you're feeling sleepy, either chant a little bit faster and try to hear nicely, or get up and walk. These are some ways to help in overcoming the sleepiness. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur goes on to say that if sleep becomes too much, then he says, stop your japa, take some rest, and then when you're rested, then you can begin chanting again. So you can see what works for you like that. But sleepiness is a form of inattention, and what we should try to avoid that.
Yes, thank you, Maharaj. Maharaj, there is another question, a little different, but still related to this topic. Julie is asking, is it possible to live as a devotee without the association? She mentions that she's currently living in a city without any temple. So is it possible to live as a devotee in a situation like this?
Well, Srila Prabhupada has responded to that question and also made statements regarding that. He talked about the importance of association as the foundation for everything we do in devotional service. So if we find ourselves in an environment where association is not so easily available, I think we might have to make efforts to somehow or other bring about that association. Because everything there is there in association. So we can also use the media to associate, just like we are doing now. That's one way. Of course, it is not as effective or powerful as personal association, but it is also useful, and it's also something that we may be able to. In other words, if there's nothing else available, the media also is a way to associate. But we should be thinking, how can I get the association of devotees? It's important. And then also maybe taking time to travel out of our area and going to an area where is the temple, where there are devotees, where there are programs going on, and take advantage of that association. It's Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu emphasized two things out of the 5 main activities of devotional service. The 5 main activities are chanting the holy names, hearing Srimad Bhagavatam daily, worshiping the Lord in his deity form, associating with devotees, and living in a holy place. And out of the 5, Mahaprabhu emphasized 2, and that was chanting of the holy names and association with devotees. So how important it is, and it also helps us to increase the quality of our chanting when we have nice Krishna conscious association or senior Krishna consciousness association. So we should be eager for that.
Yes, thank you, Maharaj. Maharaj, there's one more question related to chanting. The user is asking, the viewer is asking that when we are afflicted by a severe circumstances, when things are not going well in the life, it seems very tough to chant in such a phase. So Maharaj, what can be an advice to someone who is not going through a normal phase in their life, who are really struggling?
I think there's where association comes in. There's where association becomes the antidote to help us go through that struggle, or maybe even give us a clear understanding on how to deal with the challenges that we're faced. That's the reason why we have the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, so we can come together and support each other in our devotional life. So yeah, I think that becomes the way to overcome these difficulties, is to take senior association or take association, talk about your situation, get advice, get help. And at the same time, don't give up your chanting, but chant as much as you can. But you probably will need to also have that association in order to, again, overcome these difficulties. Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shrestri Hoy, Lavamatta Sadhu Sange, Sarva Siddhi Hoy. One moment's association with a great devotee can purify one from all sinful reactions.
Yes, thank you, Maharaj. Maharaj, there is a small request. The viewer is requesting you to share any one of the anecdotes from your preaching in the prison, going and visiting to different prisons, especially in America. So any anecdote that the prisoners over there have taken to the chanting and meditation?
Well, I'll tell you an interesting story. It's a letter I received just not so recent, maybe about 6 months ago, where in one particular prison, many of the inmates were becoming sick from coronavirus. And the jail was practically doing nothing to help them. And there was one boy, he had come in contact with the devotees through the mail, and he had began chanting. So he got sick with COVID, and he got no help at all. In fact, these jails are actually quite cruel, and they don't. If someone dies, it becomes easier for them to manage. So they don't really take care in a lot of cases. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, depends on the place. So he was in a place where they completely neglected him, although he was quite sick. So he had nothing to do but chant the holy name. So he simply went in and started to chant and chant and chant. He was also calling out to Krishna for Krishna's mercy. And he did this continuously every day for, I'm not sure how long. I think he describes more than a week or so. And then after some time, he actually cured himself simply by chanting Hare Krishna. The virus went completely away and he was healthy again. He writes that in the letter. Simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, he was able to overcome his sickness. And that tells you something about the power of the holy name also. How merciful the holy name is, and how exclusive it works in all areas of life, not only in spiritual, but also in material, giving protection against the material also.
Okay, thank you so much, Maharaj. So let us all come together in thanking Maharaj and expressing our gratitude for his valuable association. Let us all chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. His Holiness Chandramauli Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Samaveda Bhaktavinda ki jai.
So now is the time to move on to our next event, and that is Srila Prabhupada's instructions on the holy name. And for this particular event today, we have with us His Holiness Yogendra Swami Maharaj. So let us all welcome Maharaj on this show. So there's one request to all of you who are watching on Zoom, please keep your cameras on mode. And those who are watching it live on YouTube, Facebook, currently this is being broadcasted on various platforms on ISKCON Kirtan Ministry Facebook page, Hare Krishna TV YouTube channel, Mayapur TV. So wherever you are viewing it, please share it with your friends for this very, very special episode where His Holiness Yogendra Swami Maharaj will be elaborating upon Srila Prabhupada's instructions on holy name. So every day we have various kinds of events. Yes, Maharaj is here. His Holiness Yogendra Swami Maharaj ki jai. So just a quick, brief introduction about Maharaj. Maharaj has been a Nastic brahmachari. You know, you'll be surprised to know that Maharaj left his home at the age of 9 years to become a sadhu. And Maharaj then went on to live in jungles. Then Maharaj returned home at the age of 17. And then again left. And then Maharaj again left to live in Sri Vrindavan Dham. And then Maharaj became disciple of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada in the year 1974. Maharaj took sannyas in the year 1975 when he was just 29. You know, can anyone guess how many languages Maharaj knows? Start counting. Maharaj knows Dogri, Urdu, Punjabi, English, Bengali, Gujarati, many of the African languages, more than a dozen languages. Maharaj travels all over the world and preaches in varied kind of cultures, countries, and nations. Maharaj has been carrying out Srila Prabhupada's mission in all over the world. He has traveled more than a dozen times and perhaps even many, many times more now. So let us all welcome Maharaj by chanting Hare Krishna mantra. Let us all write Hare Krishna in the comment section. Let us all pay our obeisances. And we are so very fortunate to have you, Maharaj, here. Over to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Om Ajnanatimrandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. Sri Caitanya Manavishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupakadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapad Kamalam Shri Guram Vaishnavamcha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sadivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakha Vitamsa. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandhu Jagatpate Gopesh Gopika Kant Shri Radha Kanta Namastute. Tapta Kantana Gaurangi Shri Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Haripriye. Vancha Kalvatarvesya कृपा सिंधु वैवचा पतिता नाम पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंदा श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासरि गौर भक्त वृंदा। Together everyone, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमद् भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नामने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी समस्त देश तारणे।
दुबे और चौबे की दो दुकान पर बेचते थे एक ही तरह का सामान।
Hare Krishna, everybody is welcome. The meaning of Sankirtan by Srila Prabhupada. Actually, dear devotees, brothers and mothers, purpose of life is to become self-realized, to understand who I am, from where I came, where I shall go after that, what is God, Krishna, and what is my relationship with Krishna. This is the only purpose. So how we can accomplish this purpose? Only by the Sankirtan, originally given by Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and Srila Prabhupada repeated the instructions of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Lord Chaitanya वासुदेव घोष बोले करी जोड़ा हाथ, जय गौर सही कृष्ण सही जगन्नाथ. Gauranga Mahaprabhu is same, he is Krishna, he is Jagannath. So in this age, which is very, very fallen age, people of this age are very fallen, full of lust, anger, greed, envy, aversion, false ego. So many problems. People of this age, it's very difficult for them to become self-realized, is to return back home, back to Godhead. But by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, and the same mercy was repeated by Srila Prabhupada, we can become self-realized also. And the method is very, very easy. Lord Chaitanya in the first Shikshastra he mentioned, Cheto Darapana Marjanam Bhava Mahadava Gani Nirvapanam Sriyakiriva Chandrika Vidaranam Vidya Vadujivanam Anandam Buddhivardhanam Pratipadam Gurunamrita Swadanam Sarvatma Sanapanam Param Bhajayate Sri Krishna Samkirtanam. Glories to Sri Krishna Samkirtan, which cleans the heart of all the dust accumulated for years together and extinguish the fire of conditional life of repeated birth and death. This Samkirtan movement is the prime benediction for humanity at large because it spreads the rays of the benediction moon. It is the life of all transcendental knowledge, and it increases the ocean of transcendental bliss. And it enables us to fully taste the nectar for which we are always anxious. Devotees, the purpose of life is to cleanse the mirror of our heart And how the mirror of our heart can be cleansed? Only of the holy name. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. This Nam Sankirtan, Kali Kaler Dharma Nam Sankirtan. Dharma for this age is only the chanting of the holy name. And this is very easy and sublime method for self-realization. But we people of Kali Yuga are so fallen that we are busy in merrymaking, we are busy in eat, drink, and be merry. We are not interested in self-realization. This is our misfortune. Actually, by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, by the mercy of Lord Nityananda Caitanya, Advaitacharya Gadadhar Srivas Thakur, we unfortunate soul of Kali Yuga can become fortunate by taking to this Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya, he recommended chanting of the holy name, this Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So it is so simple. In one song, Srila Lochand Das Thakur is saying, Parama Karuna Pahu Dui Jana Nitaya Gaura Chandra Sabe Avatar Sar Siromani Keval Anand Kanda. These two gods, Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda, they are very, very merciful. Param Karuna. Why? Their way of self-realization is very easily performed. Once Srila Prabhupada was asked this question in New Vrindavan by one of our God brother. Prabhupada, what do you want us to do? And Prabhupada's reply was, I want you to chant Hare Krishna and dance and take prasadam. So simple, so sublime. So Lochand Das Thakur Maharaj is also saying, these two gods, Chaitanya and Nitai, they are very, very merciful. Parama Karuna Pahu Dvijana Nitai Gaur Chandra. This Nitai Gaur Chandra, they are very merciful. Sab avatar sar ceremony. They all the incarnations. They are actually very, very munificent, merciful incarnation of Godhead. In one song, one devotee, hidden devotee, is saying, this devotee is saying that Dayal Nitai Chaitanya Bala Nachere Amaraman Nachere Amaraman Nachere Amaraman Dayal Nitai Chaitanya Bala Nachere Amaraman Emana Dayal To Nahi Hai मार खाए प्रेम द्वय इमन दयाल तो नहीं है मार खाए प्रेम द्वय अपराध दूर जाए पावे प्रेमाधन अपराध दूर जाए पावे प्रेमाधन दयाल Nitai Chaitanya Bale Nache Amara Man. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda, his both brother Krishna Balram, Chaitanya Nitai, they are so merciful. Even they are bitten by the rogues, nonsense people. Still they are giving them the Krishna prema. They are extremely merciful. So Lochandra Thakur is saying, Parama Karuna Pahu Dui Jana, Nitai Gaur Chandra, Sab Avatar Sar Shiromani, Keval Ananda Kanda. Purpose of life is to become self-realized. Doesn't matter soul is in the man's body or in a woman's body, white body, black body, brown body or no body. Doesn't matter in which body soul is there. But the purpose is only to become self-realized. Only to prepare ourselves to return back home, back to Godhead. That is the only purpose. So, dear devotees, brothers and mothers, and this purpose can be realized, actually accomplished only by is given on chanting. We need not to become very, very learned scholars. Lord Caitanya didn't, recommended this. Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada said, Anna vilashata shunnam jnana karmadi anavratam anukullena krishnanu shillam bhaktir uttama. Material desire must be zero, no more material desire. Jnana karma. Sometimes we like to become very scholarly, but this scholarly, one who is very, very big scholar, he may not be, but only a devotee, he can attain Krishna. He can meet Krishna. He can return back home, back to Godhead. So, to return back home, back to Godhead, we have to take this Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Originally, this movement was given by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then still again, we people of Kali, we forgot this and we have become materialistic and we are after the sense enjoyment. So, Prabhupada appeared and Prabhupada gave us this movement as it is, without any change, without any adulteration, pure movement Prabhupada gave. One thing I like to request my listeners that this chanting should be without any material desire, no more material desire. Anna vilashata shunnam jnana karmadi anavratam. Like Srila Rupa Goswami is saying, material desire must be zero. Though we are full of material desires, but as long as we have this material desire in our heart, then we cannot make spiritual progress. To make spiritual progress, we have to become free from material desire. Actually, Prabhupada says, we are not stones, desire cannot be given up, but they can be spiritualized. Desire can be spiritualized. So we should only desire the service of Krishna, pleasing Krishna. This should be only desire. We should not have any other desire other than serving Krishna. My Lord, please engage me in your service. So, Srila Prabhupada explained the meaning of Sankirtan. When the superior energy is in contact with inferior energy, it becomes an incompatible situation. Contact with the spiritual potency, hara, it becomes the happy, normal condition. Actually, right now, when we are not Krishna conscious, We are not in a normal condition. We are abnormal. Normal means we are Krishna conscious. Our this present condition is abnormal condition. So it becomes the happy normal condition of the living entity. So Prabhupada is explaining this. Srila Prabhupada explained the meaning of Sankirtan. Sankirtan is transcendentally translated the congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. Prabhupada, how Prabhupada started this movement amazingly, it was next to impossible that this Westerners take to Sankirtan. Once I was in Los Angeles and Sankirtan was going on, one man came and he spoke some rubbish. I couldn't understand what he was saying. One of my god brother, Jankinath, was standing near to me. I said, Jankinath, what he was saying? He said, Maharaj, don't ask. He was just speaking rubbish. Means those people, it was very difficult for them. But by the spiritual potency of Srila Prabhupada, those people in the Western world, they were busy in eating, sleeping, meeting and defending. They were busy in merrymaking, eat, drink and be merry. This was the purpose of their life. But Prabhupada explained them. Prabhupada was so potent preacher because Prabhupada said four things. One thing, Prabhupada said, my books are the basis. Second thing Prabhupada said, and then Prabhupada said, the purity is the force. How the purity will come? Only by the selfless service to Krishna. Not expecting anything in return. No more material desire. We serve Krishna selflessly. We only want Krishna's prema. We don't want anything else. So, my request to all of you is that congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra should be increased. Wherever it is possible, we should do this. And I have seen the miracle of this chanting when we started in the Jammu and Kashmir, our movement about 35 years back. By Srila Prabhupada's mercy, we didn't have anything there. But this movement was started, every day we have a chanting in the street, every day, morning after Mangalarti. And with this chanting, everything came. A big temple is there, beautiful deities are there, and people, those who come to the temple, they say, oh, when we come here, we have a very special experience. We have nowhere else we have such experience. So this is the effect of the Sankirtan. So every day Sankirtan is there, but due to this Karuna disease, this is also for karma, and this is little stopped now, but it was going on for 35 years, regularly, without fail. Srila Prabhupada, the transcendental vibration band chanting of Hare is the sublime method for reviving our Krishna consciousness. Right now, why we are suffering? Because we are not Krishna conscious. So, our only business is to revive our Krishna consciousness. And how we can do this? By chanting. It's not that sometimes you ask them how many rounds we should chant. Some say 16, some say 32, some say 64. But chanting should be always, And Lord Caitanya, what he said, Naam gane sada ruchi, Kirtaniye sada hari. Sada means all the time. It's not that there's any time when we should not chant. All the time one should chant. Naam gane sada ruchi, Kirtaniye sada hari. And one should perform this holy name, this Sankirtan, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare, all the time. So, because life is very short in this age of Kali, nobody is going to live for hundreds of years, maximum 60, 70 years. People are dying in a young age. So we should take to this chanting, which is given by Lord Caitanya, Radharani's pure devotee, Srila Prabhupada, and spread this around. Wherever we have opportunity, we should, preach. We should tell people about chant Hare Krishna. We should chant ourselves also and inspire others to chant also. As living spiritual souls, we are all originally Krishna consciousness. This we should remember. Originally, we are all Krishna conscious. But due to our association with matter, since time immemorial, our consciousness is now polluted by material atmosphere. So our consciousness is now polluted, so we have to purify our consciousness. So a very simple way to become Krishna conscious by chanting. Chanting, of course, we should follow the regulatory principles also. Prabhupada has mentioned, one who cannot follow the regulatory principle, he should start chanting. And by chanting the holy name, gradually he will give up all kind of nonsense. He will head towards purity. He will become pure. So, devotees, but due to our association with matter since time immemorial, our consciousness is now polluted by material atmosphere. And by chanting this Hare Krishna mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, we can purify the atmosphere. I will tell you one happening. I was in Chicago some time back. There was very intelligent boy from Bengal. He was studying there. He got the scholarship. US government gave him the scholarship and he was studying there. So one day he came to see me. He said, Maharaj, I am from Bengal. And when I come to the temple, I feel different. But where I'm staying in the campus, I feel horrible there. I feel, very, very, depressed. I don't feel good there. I am depressed very much where I'm staying. Why? Why the atmosphere is different in the temple and in the campus he is staying? Because in the temple, always the chanting is there. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So, in this polluted concept of life, we are all trying to exploit the resources of material nature, but actually we are becoming more and more entangled in her complexities. So we should not do this. We should not try to exploit the resources of material nature. But we are becoming more and more entangled. What we should try to do? We should try to become Krishna conscious. Simply by remembering Krishna and by chanting Hare Krishna when we regularly chant Hare Krishna, then what is going to happen? That purification is going to take place. It's a gradual process. One should remember this. Prabhupada has mentioned that gradually we will make advancement. It's not that like this. No, it's not possible. Gradually we will make progress. So this illusion is called Maya. When we are in this material world, our hard struggle for existence over the stringent laws of material nature, this illusory struggle against the material nature can at once be stopped by revival of our Krishna consciousness. Right now, we are under the illusory energy of Krishna. Krishna is saying in Bhagavad Gita, ɪṛᴛᴏ gunamayi Mama Maya Durataya. It's very difficult to overcome my Maya, Krishna is saying himself. Well, Krishna is saying it's difficult to overcome Maya, then how I will be able to overcome? Lord is saying, Mameva ye prapadante Maya me tantrantite. Those who come to my shelter, they can cross this ocean of material suffering and this. So we have to surrender. And how the surrender can take place? By chanting this Hare Krishna mantra. By remembering Krishna, by reviving our consciousness from material to spiritual. Then what will happen? That we will be on the gradually spiritual platform, and there will be no more influence of Maya. Then Maya cannot do anything to us. Maya can only, as it is mentioned, Krishna Surya Sammaya hai andhakar, jahan Krishna taha nahi Maya re adhikar. Lord Sri Krishna like a powerful sun, and Maya is darkness. And when we chant Hare Krishna, when we remember Krishna, then darkness, when Krishna light, Krishna is like a sun. When sun is there, there is no darkness. So we have to come to the sunlight. We have to become Krishna conscious, and then Maya cannot do anything to us. Krishna conscious is not an artificial imposition on the mind. It's not something artificial. This consciousness is the original energy of the living entity. Originally, we are Krishna conscious. But due to our association with the matter, our consciousness is polluted. Now, our only business is to become Krishna conscious. No other business we have. When we hear the transcendental vibration, this consciousness is revived, and the process is recommended by authorities for this age. Biggest authority is Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Krishna Nahi Anya. Brajendra Nandan Jai, Sachi Suta Hoile Sei, Balaram Hoilo Nitai. Deenheen Jato Chila. Hari Naam Udharilo. Daro Sakshi Jagai Madai. So, Lord Chaitanya is Krishna himself. Out of his causeless mercy, he appeared in this age of Kali to help we fallen people of Kali. So Lord Chaitanya's recommendation is the chanting of the Hare Krishna. Lord Chaitanya himself, Gaye Gaura Madhur Sware, Gaye Gaura Madhur Sware, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gaye Gaura Madhur Sware. Very melodious voice. Supreme Lord Chaitanya used to sing this Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Lord Chaitanya, he's saying, Grihe Thako Banne Thako, Sada Hari Bole Dako, Sukhe Dukhe Bhulo Nako, Badne Hari Naam Kurore, Gaye Gaura Madhur Sware, Gaye Gaura Madhur Sware, Maya Jale Baj Hai, Acho Miche Kajloi, Ekhana Chaitanya Paye, Radha Madhav Naam Bolare, Gaye Gaura madhur sware gaye Gauram Jivana hoila she na bhajila rishi ke bhakti vinod upadesh ek bar naam ras mature gaye Gaura madhu sware gaye Gaura madhu sware. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Whether you are a householder or a sannyasi, constantly chant Hari Hari. Do not forget this chanting. Whether you are in a happy condition or in a distressful condition, just fill your lips with the Hari Nam. Lord Chaitanya is recommending, chant all the time Hari Nam. Chant Hare Krishna all the time. You are bound up in the network of Maya and are forced to toil fruitlessly. Now you have obtained full consciousness in the human form of life. So chant the names of Radha Madhav. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari, Gopi Jana Ballava, Giri Govardhana, Jashodanandan, Brij Jana Ranjan, Yamuna Tira, Banachari, Jaya Radha Madhava, Kunja Bihari. Your life may end at any moment. At any moment, life can finish. We don't know for how long we are going to live. And you have not served the Lord of the senses. Rishikesh, take this advice of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, just once relish the nectar of the holy name. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So devotees, this Krishna consciousness is not an artificial imposition on the mind. This consciousness is the original energy of the living entity. This is the original energy. When we hear the transcendental vibration, this consciousness is revived and the process is recommended by the authorities for this age. Authorities have recommended this, chanting the holy. Chaitanya said that Uthite Vaisite, Khaite Shuite. Standing, sitting, eating, sleeping, chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Lord Chaitanya is recommending this. Standing, sitting, it doesn't matter in which condition you are, just chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. By practical experience also, we can perceive that by chanting this Maha Mantra or the great chant for deliverance, one can at once feel transcendental ecstasy from the spiritual stratum. When one is factually on the plane of spiritual understanding, surpassing the stages of sense and mind and intelligence, one is situated on the transcendental plane. This chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, is directly enacted from the spiritual platform, surpassing all lower states of consciousness, namely sensual, mental, and intellectual. There is no need of understanding the language of the mantra. nor is there any need of mental speculation, nor any intellectual adjustment for chanting this Mahamantra. It springs automatically from the spiritual platform, and as such, anyone can take part in this transcendental sound vibration without any previous qualification and dance in ecstasy. As I just mentioned, that anyone can take part. By the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and Gauranga, especially by the mercy of Prabhupada, when we started our center in Udhampur, we started this from the Harinam early in the morning, every day. So there was one place people used to gather there, and every day one dog will also come there. When we go for chanting, he will also walk with us. Prabhupada said anybody can take part in it. Even a dog can take part in it, any child can take part in it. Anyone can chant. We have seen it practically. Even a child can take part in it, and even a dog can take part in it. The chanting should be heard, however, from the lips of a pure devotee of the life, pure devotee of Lord like Srila Prabhupada. We must hear Prabhupada, you know. Prabhupada is transcendental personality. Actually, Prabhupada is not transcendental personality. He is more than transcendental. He's, see his work, beautiful. By his presence, he purified the people. And I have seen this in his association. The chanting should be heard, however, from the lips of a pure devotee, so that immediate effect can be achieved. Immediate effect will be achieved by hearing the chanting from the lips of Srila Prabhupada. As far as possible, chanting from the lips of a non-devotee should be avoided as such. As much as milk touched by the lips of a serpent causes poisonous effect. Milk is very good, but if a snake put mouth in the milk, then it becomes poison. Dangerous. The word Hara is a form of addressing the energy of the Lord. Both Krishna and Ram are forms of addressing directly the Lord. And they mean the highest pleasure, eternal. Hara is the supreme pleasure potency of the Lord. This potency, when addressed as Hare, helps us in reaching the Supreme Lord. This is Radharani. The material energy called as Maya is also one of the also marginal potency of the Lord. We are also marginal potency of the Lord. Remember this. We should all remember. I am thinking, I am identifying myself with this body. I am from this material world. No, I am Krishna's part and parcel. Krishna said in Bhagavad Gita, Mame vanso jiva loke, jiva bhuta sanatana, mana shashtani indriyani, prakritim sthani karshati. All the jivas are my part and parcel. They are eternal and my part and parcel. This we should always remembering. This potency, when addressed as Hare, helps us in reaching the Supreme Lord. The material energy called as Maya is also one of the multi-potencies of the Lord. As much as we are also marginal potency of the Lord, the living entities are described as superior energy than matter. We are superior as the matter. Time is finished. Achha. I should stop now. So anyway, message has come that now 45 minutes are completed. Thank you very much for listening. And all glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to the holy name, and all glories to the Srila Prabhupada this moment, and all glories to all the listener devotees. I can see from the Canada and different places. And they are sitting here listening. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so very much, Maharaj, for so wonderfully elaborating upon the glories of the holy name. So let us all express our appreciation and our gratitude and offer our obeisances to Maharaj by saying Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. ये क्या हो रहा है? अच्छा अच्छा. Thank you, thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. So, can we take questions now? At least we'll take one question before Maharaj leaves. Maharaj is here with us. And if anyone has any questions, you can raise your hand or you can type in the chat sections. Yes, Vidhi Sharma Mataji from Udhampur.
Where is Vidhi Sharma? She is there?
Yes, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Which one is? Raise your hand, Vidhi.
Hare
Raise your hand, Vidhi Sharma. Where are you?
Maharaj here. Yes,
Huh?
Dandat ke naam Maharaj ji.
I can't see Vidhi Sharma. Where is she? Okay, what is your question, Vidhi Sharma?
Maharaj ji, how can we convince our mind to chant more and more rounds, and how can we develop Naam Ruchi, and how can we do qualitative chanting?
We have to try. Try is the key of success. Keep on trying, you know. Try again. Gradually, we will attain this stage. Gradually, we will make advancement. It's not that we can like this. It doesn't happen. It's gradual.
Okay.
Thank you, Maharaj ji.
That
Maharaj,
is Vidhi Sharma in the corner.
Maharaj ji, please bless me so
Huh?
that I can spiritual advancement. Please bless me,
Say again.
Maharaj ji.
What she's saying, I can't. My best wishes are there with you, with Vidhi Sharma.
Thank you so very much, Maharaj. I'm sure all our listeners would want those blessings from Maharaj. So we all appeal and seek your blessings, Maharaj, for deepening our relationship with Holy Name and taking this journey forward. So now is the time to move on to our next event. That is to learn and evolve. So every day there are some practical tips by experienced Kirtanias in our movement. And today we have His Grace Giri Govardhana Prabhu from Mayapur Vasis joining with us, who will be sharing his experience and very practical and useful tips on playing harmonium. Just a small introduction of the Mayapur Vasis group. They are a very, very dynamic group consisting of devotees from various nationalities like Russia, Chile, Venezuela, Germany, Brazil, Ukraine. They all reside in Sridham Mayapur, and they have taken upon themselves a mission to share the culture, the Gaudiya Vaishnava culture, throughout the whole world. So this group travels not only in India, but in the different parts of the world, sharing the message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in very unique, traditional, cultural way. So they have a lot of Kirtan programs. They participate in Harinam Sankirtan. They organize festivals. They attend press conferences, college seminars. They have various dances like Bharatnatyam and Odissi. And the purpose is to share the holy name with everyone. Recently, they were invited on a Zee Bangla channel in the Saregama show, which was viewed by more than 10 million people. And they regularly come up with very wonderful musical tracks and albums, which are also available online. You can go and check them. But for right now, we have His Grace Giri Govardhana Prabhu. As many of you may recall, he's always by the side of His Grace ɪṛᴏᴜ Prabhu playing harmonium in the Kirtan Mela. And he himself is a very wonderful Kirtaniya. Many devotees describes such nectarian experiences while attending his Kirtan. So over to you, His Grace Giri Govardhana Prabhu, for sharing some of the wonderful tips on harmonium. And I'm sure all our listeners, if you have your harmonium, bring them with you. If you don't have harmonium, still be with us. It will be very, very useful and practical session.
Jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhu. and I am very honored to be here with all of you. Is my sound okay? You listening okay?
Absolutely, it's perfect.
Okay, very good. So yes, thank you all the devotees from the Kirtan ministry for inviting me to this wonderful program. Wow, so many people. I'm very honored to be here. So I was asked to speak about harmonium. So I have prepared a small presentation of an introduction about harmonium, playing and kirtan in our movement. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so first of all, welcome to this Vasis studio, which is the studio where we produce all the music and we do all the teaching. So I'm going to talk about an introduction to harmonium playing. So here is a table of contents of the points that we're going to be covering today. History of the harmonium, Srila Prabhupada on Kirtan with harmonium, mantras before starting playing the harmonium, harmonium parts and functioning, different styles for playing harmonium, the swaras and the sa scale, and sadhana exercises, teaching a simple tune. I'm going to be teaching a simple tune here for all of you, hopefully. And then we'll talk about the structure of the kirtan, how should you do the kirtan, and then what is the mood and mentality for doing kirtan, which is the most important part. And then I'll play a small kirtan at the end with all the things that we discuss about. So if you have any questions at any point, you can stop me and ask me this question. Okay, so let's go and talk about a little bit about what is the history of the harmonium. So many people think that the harmonium is like an Indian instrument, but actually the first harmonium was a foot pump harmonium. It means not using the hand, but it was pumped by the feet. And it was invented by Alexander Dᴇʟᴠᴇ in France. So he was a Frenchman. And he patented it in Paris on August 9, 1840. So after these foot pump harmoniums, they were popularized all over Europe, okay, in the churches and societies. And then when the English came to India, they brought these harmoniums for the Christian churches and for their homes. But once the harmonium arrived in India, it caused a very big impact on the local Indians, who quickly adapted it and modified it to meet the local needs. So this is what the Indians did. He said the first hand pump harmonium was created by Dᴇʟᴠᴇ Ghose in 1875. He actually had a factory of musical instruments. So when he saw this harmonium, he was so attracted that he said, we need to use this instrument. But because in all the Indian temples and programs, everybody is sitting on the floor. So he said, no, I need to do something. So he brought out his version of the Indian harmonium so that the instrument could be played while the player was sitting down on the floor. And so we have the harmonium as we know it now. And of course, it is used in India, Pakistan, Nepal, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and other South Indian countries to accompany instruments in Hindustani classical music, also Sufi music, bhajans, and other devotional music. And of course, we are also using it. So now let's, I have some pictures here so you can see how these foot pump reed organs were. There were big ones like that with the pumps here in the foot. And okay, let's continue. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about Srila Prabhupada and Kirtan with harmonium, okay? So even though harmonium was not an instrument of the traditional Kirtan introduced by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu 500 years ago, Srila Prabhupada learned harmonium as a young man and he played it many times to accompany his bhajan, okay? So Srila Prabhupada, we can see videos and pictures and everything of Srila Prabhupada playing the harmonium. And he had a very special way of playing the harmonium. So when he came to the West and he started the movement in New York, so at the beginning, well, he didn't allow to play it in the temple. Actually, I don't know if you've seen the very early videos. They didn't know how to play. They just put some wires and with both hands, they were just pumping it like that. So Prabhupada said, better only on festival. But then after some time, then he allowed in the temple, but he said, not for the arti kirtans, okay? You can play in bhajans, and if it could be played melodiously, so this is the point, okay? Srila Prabhupada really wanted to present Krishna consciousness in such a way that it was attractive to the people. So this is, he had some limitations to play the harmonium in the temple, but outside programs, he was very open with that. And there are so many letters to so many different devotees telling them how they should do the Sankirtan parties, 12 people, 4 mridangas, 6 kartals, and then there was always a harmonium player. And he was saying, when you have these kirtans, everybody can stand up and dance, and the only one who can remain sitting is the harmonium player. So in this way, the harmonium is being used in our movement. Also introduced by Srila Prabhupada, he taught us everything. Like in the West, nobody had ever seen the harmonium, and it's so attractive. I remember the first time I came to the temple and I saw this. I mean, like everybody, when they see this in the West, they don't understand, wow, what is this? With one hand, you keep air. It's so attractive. So Srila Prabhupada really wanted this. But the point is melodiously. So we need to learn how to play melodiously to accompany the Mahamantra Hare Krishna, and then in this way to enhance it. Okay. So, you know, to play the Vedic instruments, they have some mantras specifically for this, like the mridanga and other instruments. But since the harmonium is not like that, like a Vedic instrument, there is a mantra that I always like to chant before starting to play the harmonium. And this is a very nice and important mantra. I will chant it here for you. I'm sure many of you have heard it, and it's very special for the learning processes of anything you want to learn in the Vedic tradition. So the mantra says like this: Hari Om Sahana Bhavato Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvina Vaditamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So, translation, it says, may he, referring to Lord Krishna, protect both of us, in this case, the students and the teacher too. So we're asking for protection. May he nourish both of us, materially, spiritually. May we both acquire the capacity to study and understand the subject matter. So, as I said, this can be used for any type of learning. In this case, we pray for the capacity to learn the harmonium. May our study be brilliant. May we not argue with each other. Om, peace, peace, peace. So it is very interesting how in the Vedic tradition, the learning processes, they have a different approach, because in the West, Western culture, then we have this mentality that is we're going to study and I'm going to make it, and then the result is mine, like that. But in the Vedic tradition, we know that we cannot do anything without the blessings of the Lord. So that's why before learning any of these instruments, especially to perform Kirtan, so we have to pray for the mercy of the Lord. And this mantra is very nice for that. Okay? Okay, so let's continue. Let's see a little bit about the parts of the harmonium. Very fast here. So we have the body, which is the box where all the parts are built into. We have the bellows, which are one of the most important parts, because it's where we pump the air inside the harmonium to make the sound. Then we have the keys right here, which are similar to the piano or accordion. We have white and black keys. Then we have cover. There's a piece of wood that covers just to protect the harmonium. Usually what I tell the students is that when you are playing it, you take out the cover, but as soon as you stop playing it, to keep it, you put the cover to protect it from the dust or any insects like that. Then we have the stop knobs, which are these stop knobs right here. They are very important because they open different parts inside the harmonium for the air to come in. And as we see, the next one is called the reeds. So the reeds is like the most important part of the harmonium. There are metallic parts inside that produce the sound. And I am going to take I don't know if any of you have seen the harmonium inside, but I am going to show you with this other camera that I have here, what are the reeds about, okay? So I take this cover out. Then this harmonium, it has two clicks here to secure it. And then when we open the harmonium, and these are the reeds right there, this metal part here. So when the air goes inside the reeds, it produces the sound. Okay, so some of the harmoniums, they have different lines to produce a high-pitched sound, low-pitched sound. So they come with lines, okay? Some of the harmoniums, they have 2 or 3 lines just to make it sound nicer. This one that I have right here, it has 3 lines, okay? But you can get also harmoniums with 2 lines, which are very nice. Any questions about this so far? Okay, clear. Okay, now let's talk about a little bit about the different styles for playing the harmonium. So, let me show you with the other camera, so you can see my fingers. So we have the single notes system, which is like the most used. It means that you are going to play only the melody that you are going to sing. For example, single notes and you just sing the same thing. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Now we have the single notes with the bass, which is a certain accompaniment, which is very nice. It means you put another finger, you use your thumb to put a bass in a company, and then you do Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, that's very nice. Then we have the single notes and intervals. Intervals, it means that I'm going to put two fingers together. Okay? So I can mix those and I can do Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Or you can play with only intervals like that. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. So some devotees they like to play like that. And then we come to the chords. We can do both. We can play the single notes and then play the chords. For example, we do Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You're mixing the single notes and the chords. And the last form is just by playing chords. So you just Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, so that was different styles. Let's continue with our presentation. Okay, so let's talk about a little bit about what are the musical notes in the Vedic system. They're called swaras. So there are seven main swaras. Okay, just like in the West, they have do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. In the Vedic system, the swaras are called sa, re, ga, ma, pa, dha, ni, and then sa again. So it's very interesting also to know that these sounds, they're actually mantras. And since in the Vedic tradition, everything is personal, so it means there is a personality behind everything. So these notes, actually, they are personalities. You see, in the spiritual world, these 7 swaras, they are personalities, they are devotees, and they are fully engaged all the time in glorifying Radha and Krishna, especially in the rasa dance. So the Vedic approach of learning the music is not that it's just some sounds there that I'm going to use for my pleasure and I'm going to do whatever I want with them. No, when we want to learn how to glorify Krishna with these swaras, then we pray to them. Oh, my dear swaras, you are engaged in the service of the Lord. Please, I also want to be engaged. Allow me to participate in this service. So with this mentality, we should approach and try to learn how to play and sing for the glory of the Lord. So, there is a notation that we use just to do the first practice exercises. And for this notation, we are going to use only the first letter of the swaras, okay? So you all know that this is sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni. Okay, so here we have the keyboard and the first sa scale that we should learn. And now there is something very interesting also about the Vedic system, is that the sa scale is not fixed. In the Western music, the scales, the natural scale is fixed and the names don't change. But here in the Vedic system, this sa scale, it moves up and down according to your pitch. So it adapts to your necessity. And that is very nice because you can learn the scale according to your own capacity, not to damage your voice. So you need to feel comfortable for doing this. So, for example, if you put, why do I call the sa scale? Because wherever we put the sa, then that sa is going to give the name to the rest of the notes. You see? So here, for example, we put the sa in this first white note, and then we have sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni, sa. But also, this sa can be placed here in the first black. For men, usually, it is recommended if you have a high-pitched voice, so you use the black one here. If you have a low voice, then you use the white one here. And for the women, there are 2 mainly recommended, which is, if we count the blacks from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, then the sa in the black 4 or the sa in the black 5. For today's class, I am going to take this Y1 as the first sa scale, okay? So here in the red, there are the fingers that we need to use to play this sa scale. So I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you see my hand here, this is going to be finger 1. This is going to be finger 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay? So we are going. Oh, I put the different numbers there. Well, actually, yeah, this is supposed to be a 2 right here. Because I also have this scale for left-handed. So this is a left-handed scale. But actually, for the right-handed people, you start with finger number 2 right here. Okay? Just, let me show you the. Okay, so we play like this. Then this thumb, we move it underneath and we move the hand up. So we say sa re la ma So the first thing that one has to do to learn the harmonium, just like when we are learning the mridanga, there are some exercises for loosening the hands, and that is called hand sadhana. So here in the harmonium, we also have a hand sadhana, because the hand, it's accustomed to move in a certain way, but when we're playing the harmonium, we have to teach the hand how it has to move. So in order to do that and to learn the keys here, there are certain exercises that there's always practice. So for example, we can do the same exercise but at different speeds. So we do sa, So that is an example of some of the exercises that you can do with this hand. Of course, usually there are courses, you know, well, in India, to learn an instrument, it takes a lot of time, especially if you want to play this like professionally, and this, it takes years and years. So many of these exercises are played even before one can learn any melody. And it's because they're preparing the student to learn, to train the ear, to train the voice, to train the fingers, to when the tunes come, then they are prepared. Actually, another part which is very important is the rhythm, because many of these exercises are being practiced without following any rhythm, okay? So when you're going to learn the tunes and then you have to put the tune into a rhythm, sometimes it's a little confusing. So the way I have been teaching the students is to follow the kartal beats, okay? Because the kartal beats is a tempo that you can hear. Many of these tempos, like the tal and the matra, they are like imaginary tempos that you have to count in your mind, like 1, 2, 3, 4. But you don't actually hear them. So for people who are not musicians, this is a little difficult, okay? So what I do is that I teach my students to follow the kartal beats. And then the kartal beats is something very simple, because you can hear 1, 2, 3. And then after the 3, to start again with the 2, there's a silence. So there's actually 4 beats. 1, 2, 3. And then the silence, I call it the 0. 1, 2, 3, 0. 1, 2, 3, 0. So I have created some notations to teach different melodies following this cartel beat rhythm system. So in these notations, as you can see up here, there are the cartel beats in which you have to play these notes. Here is 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, and then here you have the note that you have to play in each of these beats. Some of them are individual, some of them are long, like this ga has to last for 2. And then down here you have the syllable that you need to sing in any of these. Okay? I'm going. Can you all see my...
Yes, yes, Prabhuji.
Something's going on here. Just a second. Okay. I don't know when my presentation went. Okay. Yes, here we have it. Can you all see it?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're going to do now is I am going to show you how to play this simple melody following this system of notation, okay? So the first thing that we have to do is play the notes here, the swaras, okay? So we start, let me put the, so you can see my hand also. Okay, so it starts in sa, and then the re, ga, I think there's a bug here in the computer. So we say Hare Krishna, Hare in the second line, Krishna, Krishna, Hare. And we start here in ga. It's a ni. So through this notation, we can just first learn what are the swaras that we need to use for this melody. Then what I'm going to show you now is how you can do this following the cartels, okay? So I have actually here an application that allow us to listen to the cartels. So this would sound like this. starting in the carpal beat number 1 here. You say, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Okay, so this is a small demonstration on how you can learn. I want to know if you have any questions so far. Let me check here in
We have question from Dinanukampa Mataji.
Yeah. Hi, Krishna Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. Yes, tell me.
All right, thank you. It's a question trying to feed my curiosity. Is the styles that you were talking about, the styles with the intervals and the single note, etc. I'm very curious to know, were they derived at the beginning? Like I'm thinking of, Srila Prabhupada, I'm thinking of the early disciples. Did they actually get into this single note and the intervals, or did they play and did this notation start developing as the teaching of the harmonium started taking place?
Well, one thing that I have found out is that because this is not an ancient instrument like we have other Vedic instruments, so there was not actually a notation system for this. You see? Well, what happened is that the Europeans, they had their own notation system of the music and they were playing like that. But here in India, so they have a new instrument and they have a system which they are learning different instruments. So what they had to do is they had to adapt everything to make the harmonium work for the Indians, because one of the things is that the harmonium, it has not microtones. So almost all the instruments in India, they have microtones. They go like that, but the harmonium, it doesn't have. They have just fixed tones and semitones. So they have to adapt the whole system and the whole notation. So different music gurus, they started developing like that. And I have found that in India, many schools, they have created their own systems. So you're talking about the early, I don't know exactly, but I have heard how Srila Prabhupada played the harmonium, no? And I can see is basically single notes. But the thing is that the way Srila Prabhupada played, it's a little more complicated than just single note, because what I just played is just single notes following exactly the melody that I am singing. You see, Hare Krishna, it's like unisones. But the way Srila Prabhupada was playing is that he was decorating the song with the harmonium. And he was singing, so it means he was playing something here and he was singing something here. So according to musical abilities, it actually requires a very high level of ability, musical ability to do something like that. And Srila Prabhupada had it. Srila Prabhupada was so amazing. Actually, I think I have not heard anybody playing harmony like Srila Prabhupada. It's not so easy, and he was not even playing how the classical harmonium players, they do. because they play a lot with chords and single notes. I have seen like that, but Srila Prabhupada was doing something else. And so sometimes I tried, you know, but it's a high, actually Srila Prabhupada had a very high system of playing the harmonium. One thing that I understand from his instructions is that what he wanted is that the harmonium may sound melodiously, right? Not just some sound, because I have seen the videos in 2nd Avenue in New York, pumping the harmonium with both hands, just making some sound like that. And so apparently for him was not melodious. He said, no, you have to play melodiously. And then he showed how. So these different styles that I described, this is something that I have seen different devotees playing, different people playing, and I made this classification, okay? So, but usually here in India, for example, the chords are not very much accepted, but is this, for some people, it's like the easiest way to do it. So, you know, if you can remember that it has to be something very complicated, because you don't want to put all your attention in the harmonium. You want to do something simple in the harmonium, so all your attention can be on the mantra and meditating, you see? So that's why single notes and single notes with the bass, small accompaniment, it's good. Or that's mostly what I recommend. Does that answer your question, Mataji?
Absolutely, and re-establishes Srila Prabhupada's position as our founder Acharya. So thank you so much. Yes.
And we have to really pray to Srila Prabhupada to get some of his mercy. Okay, so I wanted to continue. I still have some things here. Well, actually, the melody has a second part. I don't know if we have some time. What is my time? 7:30. Well, let me speak about this important two things I want to speak about. The structure of a kirtan. Usually we have a kirtan and we can divide it into 3 different parts. So we start, you know, slow, speed, just to let all the participants listen carefully to the melody, so they can, if they don't know it, they can learn it. And then we do slow. And then when we see that everybody's chanting and then they know that, we can increase a little bit to a medium speed. And then, you know, stay there for some time. And then it is nice, and even Srila Prabhupada said that the kirtan should be brought to the ecstasy. So for this, we put a speed, and then the chanting becomes more lively, becomes more happy, intense, and it's very nice. So this is the structure of a kirtan that is mostly recommended. Different devotees, they do other things, but mostly this is it. And then last, I wanted to talk about what is the mood and the mentality for doing this kirtan. So I'll read here a little bit. It says, the first thing that we have to be conscious when doing kirtan is that we are servants of Lord Sri Krishna and his holy name. And we want to please him by engaging our skills in his service, okay? So for that reason, we must always remain in a humble state of mind. That's very important. Why? Because this opportunity of you doing kirtan, leading kirtan, it will be used by Maya to try to convince us that we are the center of the program and that everybody is looking at you, you're so important, etc., blah, 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 Maya. using the mind. And so if you're not careful, then we can easily end up with our egos, puffed up in the sky and actually believing what the mind is telling us. So please always be very careful, don't listen to the mind. Just establish yourself as servants of Krishna and try to serve the holy name in this way. So I want to finish this presentation with a little kirtan. This same melody I will play for you so you see how it sounds. Is that okay? I have time for that? Prabhu, Ramanjana?
Yes, Prabhu, maybe just a couple of minutes.
Yes. Yeah, let me do something here. I have my...
We have our next event also lined up. So it can be brief, but we definitely want to hear just a short kirtan from you. Of course, I'm sure all of us want to hear more and more. But we are somehow one.
In the meantime, we're sharing the links of Vasi Studios on your chats. So please have a look. Please save them and then you can access them after the session.
Okay.
It's Giri Govardhana Pr Ki. Giri Govardhana Pr has been in the service of holy name from last 30 years. And Prabhuji, I think you have a very, very unique combination of both traditional art and the Western art. And that is why you are able to connect with so many people around the world. So thank you very much for being with us on this show. And I'm sure all our listeners and viewers are feeling inspired to take their journey forward in the Kirtan. Of course, first thing to learn harmonium perhaps is to own a harmonium. So maybe just simply keeping instruments at home transforms the culture at the place where we are living in. So thank you very much. So now it's our time.
Hare Krishna, girl. Thank you very much for your attention.
And Prabhuji shared how Srila Prabhupada had such a unique style of playing harmonium. So we can all listen to the bhajans and harmoniums that are so much available by the mercy of his disciples who recorded those bhajans and kirtans. All of us can take full benefit from them by listening regularly. So now let us proceed further. Now we'll be hearing from His Grace Gauranga Prabhu, will be sharing Kirtan pastime from Sri Chaitanya Leela. And His Grace Gauranga Prabhu is the GBC body, which is the highest managerial body of ISKCON. He is a director of Govardhan Eco Village, which is a United Nations Tourism Award winning eco-sustainable community. He is the co-president in the president body of ISKCON Chowpatty. He is the trustee of Bhaktivedanta Research Center. He has been a monk. He is a social reformer who's taking a lot of initiatives to transform the lives of rural India. He has been the author. He wrote the book Art of Resilience. And recently he was also awarded as Faith for Earth Counselor by United Nations Environment Program. So quite a remarkable amount of service Prabhuji has been doing on from many decades in ISKCON. So let us hear from Prabhuji about Kirtan pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
This is a very important point. One should never think that his mind is trained and he can do whatever he likes. Although the mind may be merged in spiritual consciousness, one should be constantly dealing with the mind carefully, just like you deal with a deadly snake very carefully. So Mahaprabhu's sense of alertness and skepticism while dealing with Pratapratura Maharaj is a lesson on how we should be careful in dealing with our materially tendenced mind. So at this point, Sarabhaum Bhattacharya stops discussing with Mahaprabhu this factor. Then Ramananda Rai comes to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and he starts petitioning about Pratapratura Maharaj. So Maharaj Pratapratura comes to Puri with his secretaries, ministers and military officers. So the headquarters of Pratapratura Maharaj is actually Cuttack. And from Cuttack now he has come to Jagannath Puri. So then Ramananda Rai comes to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu because he has come along with Pratapratura Maharaj, and he goes to Lord Chaitanya, he offers obeisances. And he says that, my dear Lord, when I informed Pratapratura Maharaj about your decision to retire me, so he was more than happy to agree to this. And therefore he has relieved me. And so I am no longer engaged in politics. I am simply engaged in serving your lotus feet. And therefore he held my hand, and Pratapratura Maharaj replied to me, Tomar je bartan tumi khao se bartan, Nishchint hoya bhaj Caitanya charan. Nishchint hoya Caitanya charan. Please be perfectly peaceful and serve Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lotus feet. Nishchint hoya bhaja Caitanyera charan. And you continue worshipping Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lotus feet. Tumhara ye vartan, tumi khao se vartan. And in response, I continue to give you your salary the way you are receiving right now for the rest of your life. So you can leave your political responsibilities and be full-time engaged in Jagannath Puri with Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And for being engaged with Mahaprabhu, you will be getting the same salary which you were getting before as governor. This was Pratapratura Maharaj's special benediction for Ramananda Rai. And by hearing this, many grahasthas would start dreaming. If only we get this kind of retirement benefit, voluntary retirement with full salary, and only one thing you have to do, hear and chant. And then Pratapratar Maharaj says further that Ami chara yogya nahi tara darshane tara yai bhaje tara safala jivane. And he says, I am not so qualified because I am actually a fallen soul. Yogya nahi tara darshane. I do not have the qualification to take darshan of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But tarayai bhaje, one who worships him and serves him, tara safala jivane, his life becomes successful. Parama kripalo teho Brajendra Nandan ko na janme mora avashya dibena darshan. So he says, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is ultimately very merciful. He is non-different from Brajendra Nandan. In some lifetime in future, he will definitely bestow his benediction upon me. Kona janme more avashya divena darshan. And so Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's glories are described by Pratapratar Maharaj. And Ramanandra is communicating this to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So we already discussed before that the first qualification Pratapratar Maharaj had was he had faith in the words of his Guru. The second qualification he has is humility, where he considers himself to be disqualified. The third qualification which he has is patience, where he is willing to wait for Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy in some future lifetime. Kona janme more avashya dibena darshan. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is supremely merciful, and he is definitely going to bestow that mercy in future. And at this point, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replies, Prabhu kohe tumi Krishna bhakata pradhan, toma ke je priti kore sei bhagyavan. Mahaprabhu says, O Ramananda Rai, Tumi Krishna Bhakata Pradhan, you are the best amongst devotees. Toma ke je priti kore sei bhagyavan. One who bestows his love towards you, he is very fortunate because he is wanting to serve you and please you. Toma teje eta priti hoila rajara. Ei gune Krishna tare koribe angikara. And because of this quality of his, and therefore temples, Vaishnava satsang, and reciprocation amongst devotees is ultimately meant to ignite hope. And so Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu likes this idea, and he thinks, okay, sending the chadar is fine. I should not associate with Vishayi, but chadar can associate, no problem. So Mahaprabhu sends his chadar. And so just imagine that you're all expecting some sannyasi or some guru to come for a program, and you're waiting with garland and everything, and chadar comes. Will you be happy or will you feel frustrated? You will start blaspheming that what does he think of himself? And that too, here is a king. The king is expecting Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and comes the chadar. But how is Prataputra Maharaj reciprocation? Vastra paya rajar hoila ananditaman Prabhu Rupa kori kore vastrira pujan. He became ecstatic and he started worshipping that chadar as if Lord Chaitanya himself has come. So this is another quality of Prataputra Maharaj in the list of qualities which we have discussed. Gratitude. Gratitude for whatever opportunities we receive. And therefore, when we receive the Lord's reciprocation, how we accept that reciprocation will decide how we get the next reciprocation. If you're standing in the line for prasadam and then you come to the counter, what is the first thing in a prasadam counter you get? Huh? Yeah. Okay, not coupon. Coupon you get at the entrance only. But once you have reached the counter, you get what? Full plate or empty plate? So if you receive the empty plate and you say, I am so hungry, you guys are giving me empty plate. Nahi khana hai mujhe. Are, the process for eating a feast begins with first receiving empty plate. So once you receive empty plate, then you go further, then they'll place empty pattal, some drone. And then they'll give plain rice. And they will say, Arey, I'm so hungry, you're giving only plain rice. Go ahead, Baba. Take one step at a time. You will get everything you need to get nourished. So therefore, in prasadam plate, in prasadam counter, you complete all the different items in 40 seconds. In life, Krishna serves out over 40 years. So you have to keep going. So first 10 years will be empty plate. Next 10 years will be plain rice. Then gradually some dal will come. And then you are wondering what is going on. So finally at the time of death, he serves the sweet. So this is not any Acharya's example. This is kitchen and prasadam experience. Inspired example. So therefore, one should not become impatient. One should be grateful and go gradually. Prabhu Rupa kori kore vastrera pujan. We cannot come close to the Lord without the intermediate affection being demonstrated by the devotees. Rajamantri Ramananda Vyavahare Nipun Raja Priti Kohi Dravayla Prabhurman. Ramananda Rai is called as professional politician. Rajamantri. And what is the characteristic of professional politicians whose bread and butter is politics? Vyavahare Nipun. They know how to speak partial truth to 10 different people and get their work done. None of those 10 know the whole picture except them. So they are very expert. Something they will say here, something they will say here, something they will say here, something they will say here. So that is the meaning of politics. So Mahaprabhu's intimate associate, Sanatana Goswami, Prime Minister, professional politician. Another associate, Rupa Goswami, Finance Minister, professional politician. Ramananda Rai, Governor, professional politician. Prataputra Maharaj, King, super politician. So Mahaprabhu's top associates were all politicians. They never played politics in association. Otherwise, what would have happened? Because they are used to playing state level politics. An association of devotees consisted of simple, devotees coming from all simple background. How they could have handled. And therefore, Rajamantri Ramananda Vyavahare Nipun, expert in diplomacy, Rajapriti Kohai Dravila Prabhurman. So Prabhupada writes in the purport, diplomacy used for the service of the Lord is a form of devotional service. Diplomacy used for the service of the Lord. So the quality of a diplomat is one knows how to deal with people in material world, especially in political affairs. Ramananda Rai, Raghunath Das Goswami, Sanatan Goswami and Rupa Goswami were government officers, had a background of very opulent householder life. They knew how to deal with people. And therefore, this diplomacy was being used by Ramananda Rai not to take Prataprudra Maharaj away from Mahaprabhu, but to bring him closer to Mahaprabhu. So diplomacy used in Krishna's service is how to bring the jiva closer to Krishna, not to send him away from Krishna. Like that. And therefore, this is very important. So there was this book distributor lady. She was selling a book to one, young person. And she sold him one book, sold him another book, sold him another book. So she also had this kind of quality. Vyavahare Nipun. She could convince anybody. And so practically so many books she sold, and this person asked him, okay, how much should I pay? And his hands were filled with the books. He could not even put his hand in the pocket and get his wallet out. She said, don't worry, I'll manage the payment. She put her hand in the pocket and took out the wallet, opened the wallet, whatever money was there, she took everything. So policeman was watching this. And the policeman thought that here is some gadbad going on. So the policeman came and said, hey, what's going on? Is this lady stealing or something? And this gentleman said, no. I'm purchasing books and, making some payment for that. And so she said that actually this is only part of the money, because apart from this, you can also make a contribution for some of our projects. I will come to your, place where you are staying and you give further donation. And she actually went there and took further money. And this young person's life began in Krishna consciousness by making contribution, by purchasing these books, and that person is Chandramauli Swami Maharaj. So many people are very expert, and through their words, through their dealings, they can convince you about how to come closer to Krishna. That is called Vyavahare Nipun. So Ramananda requested, my dear Lord, please show your lotus feet to the king. And Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had told, he tells Ramananda Rai that if, a mendicant meets the king, this world and the next are both destroyed and people will joke about him. So Ramananda Rai says, Ramananda kohe tumi Ishwara swatantra, kore tomar bhaye tumi nah paratantra. He says, my dear Lord, you are supremely independent. Why are you afraid? You are not dependent on anybody. Shukla vastre masi bindu, jaiche na lokai, sanyasira alpa chidra, sarva loka gai. Just like in a white cloth, a small dark spot is visible, cannot be hidden. Like that, in a renunciant's character, even a little bit stain is there, it is instantly visible and people will speak about it. Rai kohe kat papir koryach avyahati Ishwara sevaka tomar bhakta gajapati. My dear Lord, when you went to South India, you have delivered so many souls. You did not ask, are you politician? Are you Vishayi? You embraced so many people and delivered them. You did not take anybody's introduction. Only for Pratap Rudra such due diligence is happening. What is going on? This is not just. We can't figure out what is your protocol. There has to be uniform standard. You are going on embracing millions of people, and suddenly this person comes, he says, hey, what is your background? You are a Vishayi, you are a king. No. So therefore, Ishwara Sevak, and he is not ordinary person. He is Jagannath's servant. He is a prominent number one servant of Lord Jagannath. Tomara Bhakta, and is your devotee. So Mahaprabhu also is not willing to bend. Prabhu kohe purnaya che dugdhera kalash surabindu pate keha na kore parash. Mahaprabhu gives example. Suppose there is a jug filled with pure milk, A2 milk, organic milk. The cows have fed on organic grass and they have given pure A2 milk, which is offered to the Lord. So pure milk. Now if somebody adds a drop of liquor in that, only one drop, 10 liters of A2 milk, one drop of liquor. Question, now that 10 liters has become what? It is milk or liquor. So that's what he says. Surabindu pate keha no kore parash. Nobody will touch it. And therefore he says, Jadyapi pratapurudra sarva gunavan tahare malina koila ek rajar nam. Although this Prataprutra Maharaj has all good qualities, no doubt about it, but only one drop of liquor has fallen. One additional name, Raja, that has spoiled the whole thing. And therefore, it is not possible for me. But if you want me to deliver the king, bring the king's son. I will give my mercy to the son immediately. So Ramananda is bewildered. Hare? We have brought petition for the king, and Mahaprabhu is saying, bring the son. What is going on? So important lesson, don't question. Just follow. Many years ago, Radhanath Maharaj told me, some people say it is very difficult to work with me. But actually, if you are humble, it is very easy. And so I said, oh, what does that mean? He said, it means no questions. Just follow. So here Mahaprabhu is telling Prataprudra Maharaj, Ramananda Rai, call Prataprudra Maharaj's son. So Ramananda Rai informs the king, and the king thinks, okay, I am not getting it, at least let the son get. Go, Baba. So the son goes. And when he is brought in front of Mahaprabhu, Sundara Rajara Putra Shamala Baran Kishora Vayasa Dirgha Kamala Nayan Pitambara Dhare Ange Ratna Abharan Sri Krishna Smaranete Ho Hoila Uddipan. Simply by seeing him, one remembers the beautiful form of Krishna. And his beautiful form, eyes, yellow garments, they were all creating uddipan or impetus for remembrance of Krishna. And at that point, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, just by seeing him, Ei Mahabhagavat Jahar Darshane Brajendra Nandana Smriti Hoila Sarvajane. Just by seeing this Mahabhagavat, everybody remembers Brajendra Nandan Krishna. And that is the beauty of this boy. And then Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced this prince. Just by the embrace of Lord Chaitanya, this prince became overwhelmed with ecstatic love. And instantly he became one of the associates of the Lord. And Kaviraj Goswami says, Sei hoite bhagyavan rajar nandana Prabhu bhakta gana madhye hoila ekajan. Just see the twist of destiny. Do not underestimate any devotee. Today, they may be non-existent in terms of prominence. But simply one embrace by the Lord can overnight transform their fortune. Sai hoite bhagyavan rajaranandana. Pratapruddra Maharaj's son was a non-entity in the association of devotees. But as soon as Mahaprabhu embraced him, Prabhu bhakta guna madhye hoila ekajan, he became one of the eternal associates just by that embrace. And therefore, Prabhupada says, on the previous day, boy was an ordinary prince, and the next day he was counted as one of the topmost devotees of the Lord. Shri haste korena simha soner marjan Prabhu age jal ani deya bhaktagan. So Mahaprabhu began to wash the sitting place. All the devotees began to bring water to the Lord. So Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally took charge of the Simhasan of the Lord, where Jagannath would come and sit in Gundicha temple. This is discrimination. While performing a service, one needs to discriminate who will do the critical tasks, which tasks I will do, which tasks others will do. So this discrimination must be there. 8th, Keh jala ani deya Mahaprabhu kore Keh jala deha tara charana upare. So as Mahaprabhu was pouring the water and cleansing it, cleansing the Simhasan, Mahaprabhu's feet was facing towards the outside, towards the door. Mahaprabhu was on the altar. And so Mahaprabhu's feet was towards the edge of the altar. So the other devotees saw that and he thought, great opportunity to pour water on Mahaprabhu's feet and get some free Charanamrita. Who will lose the opportunity? So he started pouring water on Mahaprabhu's feet. Keh lukaya kore se jalapan Keh magilaya keh anye kore dan. So at that point, when he started receiving the water in his pot, then others also lined up saying, please share with us also. Anya kore dan. So the 8th quality is enjoy your bhakti. Do not be stressed out. Have fun. Relax. Bhakti is not a punishment. The mala of 108, beads is not a phasi ka phanda. It is meant to connect you with Krishna. 9th, Nija vastre koila prabhu griha sammarjan Mahaprabhu nija vastre majila simhasan. So Mahaprabhu took out his own cloth and started wiping. So there must be the sense of sacrifice in our devotional service. 10th, Shata ghata jale hoila mandira marjan Mandira shodhiya koila yena nijaman. All the rooms were cleansed with 100 water pots, and Mahaprabhu wanted to clean the temple and make it as sparkling as his own mind. Nirmala shitala snigdha korila mandire apana hrudaya jena dhorila bahire. So for him, the Gundicha temple complex was supposed to be like a reflection of his own mind. So 10th is our experience of practice of bhakti must be purifying and pleasing. It should be purifying and pleasing. We are performing this for our self-purification. Purna kumbhalaya oise shata bhaktagan shunya ghata laya yara ar shatajan. 11th is bhakti is only possible on the platform of cooperation. 100 pots were coming in filled with water, 100 empty pots were going out. Some people had the privilege of bringing filled pots, others had to perform the service of taking empty pots, but they did not argue. अरे खाली घड़ा हम लेके जाएगा. So one has to follow certain things even though one may like or not like with a sense of cooperation. So every service must be seen with an equal vision and a sense of cooperation. 12th, Nityananda Advaita Swarupa Bharati Puri Ihavino Arasabha Ane Jalabhari. Nityananda Advaita Swarupa Damodar Goswami and Brahmanda Bharati and Paramananda Puri. Apart from these 5 people, Iha Vinu Arasabha, everyone else, Jalabhare Ani. All of them were filling up the pots and bringing. They did not need a supervisor. This is the contribution of India to the world. Supervisor. That means if somebody is not supervising, one will not work. As soon as supervisor goes, sleep. He comes in, oh. So the supervisor equals to dishonesty. So when one is honest to his work, he doesn't need any supervision. So that is the 12th quality. We have to practice bhakti with honesty. Apart from these 5 people, there was no cheating, no duplicity. Everybody was performing whatever was allotted to them. And then, as these pots were being taken, these pots would hit against each other. Ghote ghote theki kota ghata bhangi gela shata shata ghata loka tahalaya aila. And as these pots hit against each other, they broke. And when the pots break, a big fist fight could have started. Arey tumne phoda mera. Tumne matka phoda, main tera sar phodunga. Anything could have happened. Ghote ghote theki kota ghata bhangi gela. Hundreds of pots were broken, but Shata shata ghata loka taha laya aila. Without a word, new pots were brought in. And no argument and time was spent discussing who broke the pot. So Mahaprabhu did not have to stop his Gundicha Marjan to mediate between two people or a group of people who were fighting on who broke the pot. So tolerance is the 13th quality. One needs tolerance. Then another important quality, Jala bhare ghare dhoya kore hari dhvani, Krishna hari dhvani vina ar nahi shuni. Everywhere you could only hear the sound of Krishna and Hari. Jala bhare ghara dhoya. There were people filling the pots, there were people washing the floor. But whether you are filling the pots or washing the floor, kore hari dhvani. And only Hari dhvani was going on. Krishna Hari dhvani vina ar nahi shuni. No other sound could be heard. So the 14th quality is no prajalpa. Nothing attacks our devotional enthusiasm more than prajalpa. Krishna Krishna kohi kore ghater prarthan, Krishna Krishna kohi kore ghata samarpan. So when they wanted to ask for the pots, they would say Krishna. The one asking for pot would say Krishna. The one while giving the pot would say Krishna. So apart from the sound of Krishna, no other words were being communicated. Jai Jai kohe sei, kohe Krishna name, Krishna naam hoila, sanket sab kame. That only the sound of the holy names was the sanket, was the indication, was the message. The language of the holy name was the medium for communicating. Krishna naam hoila, sanket sab kame. So, Krishna conscious performance of service means no room for any prajalpa. Prema veshe prabhu kohe, Krishna Krishna naam, ekale prema veshe kore, shat joner kam. So Mahaprabhu personally was doing the work of 100 devotees. Ekale, all alone. Why? Prema veshe. So one can be extremely efficient, but not inspired by mode of passion, but by inspired by love. So therefore, 15th quality is there was no spacing out. There was no spacing out or wasting of time. There was total absorption in performing this activity. And therefore, one does not have to be simply passionate to be productive. Even prema can be productive. Ekale prema veshe shatajaner kam. He was doing the work of 100 people. Then 16th quality. Shatahaste koren yena kshalana marjan, pratijan pase jai karana shikshan. So Mahaprabhu, it appeared, was working with 100 hands. Shatahaste koren yena kshalana marjan. But still Mahaprabhu went to each person, pratijana pashe karana shikshan, and he started training them. So 16th quality is we should train the others also. Part of our sadhana bhakti is to spend the time and energy to help reach out and train others. Hard work and expertise is not sufficient. Do not discriminate while training, have equal vision to all. Pratijana pashe. And skills are taught by simulation, and Mahaprabhu was personally demonstrating that. 17th quality. Bhala karma dekhi tare kore prashamsan manina milile kore pavitra bharsan. When Mahaprabhu saw that the service of certain devotees is not as per expectation, he chastised them. How? Pavitra bharsan. Pavitra bharsan means chastising without bearing any grudge. So, how to give feedback? So, the 17th quality is give feedback to other devotees. How? By encouraging them, praising them sincerely, but the chastisement and praise should be with detachment, without any personal grudge. 18th quality. Mahaprabhu is telling everybody, Tomi bhala koriyacha shikha anyere, ei mata bhala karma seho jena kore. What you have performed is excellent, and you now teach others. In this way, whatever you have done, you share with others. Ei mata bhala karma seho jena kore. This means we have to give equal opportunity to all the devotees. If someone is less skilled, teach them and give them a chance to be elevated. Therefore, Krishna conscious service is for everybody. Unlike material organization, we should not focus only on those who are expert and skilled, but also reach out to those who are underprivileged and do not have sufficient skills, opportunities, means. So bhakti is beyond any kind of social economic status. 19th, ekatha shunya sabe sankuchita hoya bhalamate karma kore sabe man diya. Mahaprabhu, as soon as he said this, everyone became ashamed. They began to work with great attention. This means 19th is, for those who are skilled, they should avoid complacency and be humble. And for those who are less skilled, they should avoid hopelessness. That, oh, what is possible for me? I cannot do this. It is not possible. Only they can do it. I can never do it. So that is sense of hopelessness. We should avoid both complacency and hopelessness. Experts may work vigorously while less experts learn. No one is higher. And therefore, this exchange of skills helps to avoid both complacency and hopelessness. So Mahaprabhu cleansed the 16 places in Gundicha temple, the Jagmohan area where the food was kept, the ceiling, the simhasan, the temple buildings, the area between the temple hall and the Kirtan hall, Bhoga Mandir. And as I am speaking, those who have gone to Gundicha temple can meditate on the spot. The yard, the resident quarters, the main temple, the ceiling walls, the floors, the kitchen, the raised sitting places, the entire yard, the meeting place, the prasadam area. Each and every part of Gundicha temple was cleansed by the Lord. And then 20th quality, there was one Vaishnava from Bengal. He started pouring water on Mahaprabhu's feet. And this ģᴏʟyy, he drank the water. Mahaprabhu became very angry. And he was satisfied but externally angry to establish etiquette. And then he looks at Swarup Damodar Goswami and says, Shiksha lagi Swarup daki kohila tahare, ei dekh tomar ģᴏʟyar vyavahare. Are Swarup Damodar Goswami, just see the misbehavior of your ģᴏʟyy. Ishvara mandire mora pada dhoya yaila, se jala apani laya pan korila. Not only is he washing my feet, but he's drinking it also in the temple of the Lord. Ei aparadhe mora kaha hobe goti tomara gaudiya kore etek bhai jati. Are because of this I do not know what my destination will be. Your Gaudiya has implicated me severely. So the 20th quality is we should avoid seva aparadh. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
So let us all thank and express our gratitude to His Grace Gauranga Prabhu for such an enlightening talk, elaborating upon the pastimes from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. And now is the last phase of our today's event. We'll have a very, very wonderful Kirtan. And for Kirtan, we have a very, very special guest with us. As Govind has Maharaj joined.
Maharaj will be starting in a minute's time. So definitely we can welcome Maharaj, have a small introduction, and also because this is the last section, so we can get ready to wind up. Sure.
Yes. So this is the 25th anniversary of World Holy Name Festival. This Srila Prabhupada, out of his 7 purposes of ISKCON, dedicated entire purpose, this entire ISKCON movement, Krishna conscious movement, is meant to bring happiness and peace in the lives of others by teaching the way Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Prabhupada himself started the entire ISKCON movement from Tompkins Square Park. Prabhupada sat and performed Kirtan, and slowly people started coming in and joined. So today, just a quick recap. First of all, we heard from His Holiness Chandramauli Swami Maharaj. Maharaj shared his own experience from how we can deepen our relationship with holy names, specifically through the foundational practice of japa. Right? And then we heard from His Holiness Yogendra Swami Maharaj. Maharaj elaborated upon the purport that Srila Prabhupada has given for Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Then we heard from His Grace Giri Govardhana Prabhu, who has spent 30 years doing Kirtans in ISKCON. He shared his tips on how one can learn harmonium. And then we heard from His Grace Gauranga Prabhu about some of the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on holy names. So now is the time for Kirtan, and His Holiness Sundar Chaitanya Swami Maharaj is among us. Let us all welcome Maharaj. Maharaj is known throughout the ISKCON world for his very, very melodious and sweet Kirtans. Maharaj shares his holy names and the teachings of Krishna consciousness through the methods, through the inspirational workshops around the globe. I had the fortune to meet Maharaj during Navadvip Mandal Parikrama, where Maharaj would lead Kirtans for long walks we had on Navadvip Mandal Parikrama. So Maharaj is here, and we'll start with the Kirtan in a while. So all of us can write in the comment section what are some of the main takeaways. At least write one. All of us, all our viewers who are with us on Facebook, on YouTube, on Zoom, we invite you. Please write at least one point that you remember from the entire program in relation to holy name. You can let us know by writing in the chat section. And yes, Maharaj is here. We'll like to request Maharaj if you can unmute
Vaya tava pada pankaj Sankirtan Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Panchakaptarvyascha kripa sindhubhyaiva cha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
His Holiness Sundar Caitanya Goswami Maharaj ki jai.
Krishna Krishna